First Logistics, one of the things I like to do whenever we check out a game for the first time is I do like to go in and see what type of accessibility settings they have. Now, the absence of accessibility settings isn't inherently necessarily a bad thing. You can design your game such that they don't need them, but it's worth poking at there to seeing what they have. So we have nothing really under graphics and audio. You do have changing keybinds, which is an accessibility thing. You have night mode, which I'm assuming will actually think, I don't know whether to like get rid of the blue light or make it so it's not as bright, but okay. Not a whole lot there accessibility wise. You do have some stuff that makes it easier, so not a lot of accessibility stuff, but again, that's not necessarily indicative of a bad thing. Now, we're gonna be checking out first Mars First Logistics. This is a physics-based game where we like build vehicles and, you know, they'll tell us to build stuff and everything. We played the demo in Next Fest almost 2 years ago, but it just went 1.0 this last week, so we're gonna be checking it out. Okay. Welcome to Mars. Since this is your first day on the job, spend a little time getting familiar with your vehicle's controls. So like right now we just got our little rover here. Getting tutorialized. Okay. Yep, so it's just giving us the controls. New contract. Deliver a watering can. You have a new contract in your inbox. Accept it and proceed. So we will need to deliver a watering can to a greenhouse. It's the size 6 by 3 by 6, and it's gonna pay me 30 units. Okay. So you can follow the marker to our current destination. Hey, Elder Druid, thank you so much for the 55 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting 5 subs to the channel, and Valrant for gifting an additional sub on response to that. Now, as a reminder, the Valrant extra things and September are all coming up to an end pretty soon. So that is a thing that if you want to take advantage of it, this is pretty much the last stream on this channel you're going to be able to do so. So you've been holding off for a discount. That is what it is. Okay, you have blueprint designed specifically for this job. So you can see we get to customize it. So the watering can lifter. Yes, they made us a little robot specifically for this job. So you can close that. So we can just go right here. Because we're just following the tutorial right now. And then very quickly, we're going to have to build our own thing, and it's going to get utterly cursed. We're just zipping along. But you're off to bed, but if Valorant is going to add extra, I'll do that first. Catch y'all later. Thank you, Randall Thor. I appreciate it.
Yay. Choo choo oh oh woo.
And thank you, Sentry Cookie, for the 100 biddies. Yeah, the Valorant thing is only for if you gift 5 or more subs. Their vehicle has a controllable part. Hold C to see its controls. I didn't even read the tutorial, I just blasted through and turned this in. Okay, so we have a new job, which is deliver a crate. But my understanding is these missions will start out with something easy of just pick up thing, bring thing to other side, just to introduce you to different controls. And then very quickly we'll be like, alright, deliver this giant pylon and figure out how to make it work. Okay. So we can edit our vehicle. So I got that box up there. My little claw here isn't going to work. This is your inventory where your parts are stored. Below each part you can see how many you own, excluding those currently on your vehicle. Completing contracts earns funds that you can use to see your current balance here. And think of the follow. Welcome to the stream. Press F to buy new parts using your hard-earned funds. So, the thing we need to figure out is I've got 2 things. One, I've got the box way up here. Okay, and I cannot reach the box to knock it down. Because I'm going to potentially knock it down first, and then figure out the actual picking up part of it. But it looks like you have to figure that out. Okay, so what we're going to try doing is, again, for right now, I already own some parts. Let's first just make a thing I can knock it over with. You attach that arm up there, and I'm basically just making the exact same thing we already had. Oh, I see. Basically the thing we already had, just making it a bit longer just so I could shove the box off. Perfect. Alright. Now let's actually make something that can do this job. Okay. What I'm going to want is something to actually pick it up. So this isn't going to be what we're looking for. Trying to see what that part there in the middle is. I think that's just... Oh, you know what I bet? I bet you that's like the main control unit. That's determining forward and all that. But each of these I can rotate, maybe? Alright, well, first of all... So we have power joints and servo. It doesn't really tell me the difference between those, other than I'm assuming one gives me more power than the other. Alright. So I'm going to want something to pick up the box. And there's a bunch of different strategies I could use to do that. And thank you for that hype train, level 2 at 83% with 6 gifty subs and 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that support. So one is I could make a claw that kind of closes in on both sides. And you'd just go with that. The other one is I could almost just make like a shovel and kind of just shove the box along the ground. The last is I can make almost like a fork to get underneath it. Any of those would probably work. So what I think we're going to do is I think we're going to go with a 3-pin approach. Where I'll have like the two things on the bottom and like one actuating finger on top to hold it in. So we could go down here. Yeah, so we got 2 grips. I keep hitting the wrong buttons because I haven't gotten adjusted to it yet. Alright, so if we do it like that, it's not going to work out. Alright, so problem here is they're not going to go straight along the ground. So that might not work that way. Because I only have a couple of servo, and I can buy stuff with that. But we basically don't have any real money. It's not going to go super well. If I put you down here... Alright. So... we might go for just corralling the box. Oh, that's recent. So we only have the 1 powered joint. Yeah, so we might just have to go with just corralling the box and not really being able to, yeah, let's actually put that there. Not really being able to control it properly. So go here. Because then what I'll do is just going to basically make a shovel kind of thing on the front of it. Okay, so I don't have many of those. Alright. A little worried about being front heavy. Guess those that'd work better. And just putting this to have a little bit of a vertical space. And then honestly, I'm just gonna go to the other side because I'm really worried about the front heaviness of this. I'm just gonna basically put the rest of this junk as like almost a big extension off the back to try and work as a counterweight. Alright, let's see what this goes. That's working fine. Just need to not hit a rock or anything, because this will go fine. And it's going to be like, needs to be right side up. There we go. Blueprint unlocked, a crate carrier. Ah, so you can literally get where you just get a free blueprint to do stuff. Okay, so let's check out the next contract. Oh, is that... Oh, I'm bringing it from over here. Lego Rover? Yep. So I could go and do the thing they've asked and just use the blueprint they gave us. But I want to use my own design. And this is probably fine. I just need to not hit anything. And if I do, it'll be awful. There's a steep cliff, so we don't want to go off that. If driving on Mars is nearly as easy as the game. Well, the big thing that makes driving on Mars with the rover so hard is how long the signal delay is between us here on Earth and telling the rovers to do something. They'll literally spend the entire day before planning out the entire route of the next day so that they can send it, because I can't remember, something like 8-minute delay or something per signal each way or something like that. So you could see yourself running something into a rock and tell the thing to stop, and you'd have to watch for 8 minutes as it just works its way into the rock. Alright. So we got that. So let's see. We've got some side jobs. Deliver a step ladder. Deliver supplies. And then deliver a steel beam. About 8.2 each way. Yeah. So it's kind of one of those things you'd see, you know, you've got it going on a route, and then one of the wheels starts spinning because the dirt's looser than you expected, or, you know, it gets snagged on a rock or something, and for 8 minutes it's doing the wrong instruction. And you're just like, well, it's a whole big thing. How do you feel about the replayability of Keep Driving yesterday? So it's not a game you're gonna get hundreds of hours out, to be clear. I would guess you're probably going to get around like 30 or so hours out of it. It's like it was made for it. For some reason, this isn't working as well now. This is gonna be a game to see how long. Oh no, we're definitely gonna hit stuff where I'll have to pick things up. There we go. My vehicle is not driving correctly at all because that front left tire is getting stuck on the ladder. Honestly, another thing you could potentially do is take one of these little hooks, put it through the rungs here. It's fine. If it was the box of oranges, I'd have to care. But as far as I can tell, there's no damage on any of these things. It's just a matter of getting it there however we choose. Versus like the oranges, you know, when you spill it, it's gonna be that much worse. All right. Yeah, so like the steel, the scorpion design thing I put together here isn't gonna work for that steel bar they want me to deliver. Probably will still work for that crate though. Oh, I guess I can't hook through its rungs. That's fine. Just need to get the other side and shove it in. I'm also amused that I didn't even bother to adjust the powertrain at all. Because very genuinely, I could have put the wheels on the wide part of the claw. And that'd work. Alright, so more money. Alright, so deliver supplies crate. I guess sooner or later you'll have to make a fork crane. Oh, I'm sure we'll end up making a bunch of different designs. Right now I got a design that's passable, and I'm just rolling with it until it doesn't work anymore. I'm also sure at some point I'll have to worry about that. Can you fast travel to pick up? I can. Yeah, I feel like we can just shove this one. Alright, was not expecting you to launch. What we didn't realize is this box is made out of, like, the foam you make, children's toys out of, like, really young children's, like toddlers. We have the, like, padded foam. It's just a padded foam crate. Oh, are you gonna make me deliver it up top of the shelf? Oh, you trolls, making me actually have to put effort into it? Fine. I'll change my scorpion design thing. You did well, little guy. Alright, so what do we got here? So, they do let me just grab the crate crane, but come on. What's the fun in just taking the design they hand you? So put it way here on the back. Actually, one second. We can make it better. I will add a turning point here. And I'll put a little bit more center mass. Piston up. Rotation thing. Piston out, actually. I see. That's fine. I think I already know how I want to do this. So piston, arm, piston, this thing. Did they start to like the scorpion tail? Yeah. Okay, so bumper. Interesting. We can put that there, so that way we can rest the crate on top of the bumper. Now the catch I'm going to have is I am going to need to buy another servo. Or no, I won't. Copies other engineers' designs in co-op. Yeah, so I'm going to need another servo. We actually... Oh, we got more wheels? Okay. Hang on. Can I... This isn't going to work, right? I'd have to have the exact crate size. No, we're not going to do it. I was going to say, could I do a thing where I like take the wheels and I pull the thing up in to the machine using the wheels? But I'd have to have the exact size. Realistically, I'm going to need at least one more rotor. So we can paint things and configure controls. All right. So we can buy a second power joint. Okay, so what's going to happen here is we're going to have one part of this joint that's like locked in. So I'll hook this one up here. Is there a way I can tell it to extend partially? All right. So then I'll have these. I'm not gonna have at least that much spacing. And one side will have that, and the other side will have this. So my hope now is to be able to put a gripper here. And on this side, put the second rotor. So I'm trying to think of the best way to make those line up. I think they'll just be crooked and we're just going to live with it. Actually, no, I can make it work. Because what we'll do is we'll go down here. Rotate that. Put the spacer here. And then this joint. And then the gripper. Change the pit. There we go. Alright, so let's see how this works. Because I'm very curious. There we go. Hmm. Well. Alright, I guess hold, please. That box is twice the size of your robot. That I'm fine with. But, the issue I had is my pistons, as configured, couldn't go high enough. So the idea behind this is I'd be able to rotate the arm around, so if I had to, like, drive up, I could turn that around, lift. But it's not nearly tall enough. So we could go here. I'm sure I'm going to need more pistons. Unfortunately, we don't have the money for it. We're just going to have to make this work. So what I could probably do is make this rigid and use the rotation and double up the pistons. That's going to require me to tear that whole thing down. So I could add you. You know, go here. Do this. Grab you. Oh, but am I going to be able to lower it enough? Yeah, no, the pushing it from the bottom is also an idea. I just got to figure out how I'm going to get it to the bottom. Yeah, because this will lift it up high enough, but then I'm not sure if I'll be able to get the grip low enough. I think we'll still run the same problem. There's another way we could do this. That we can grab it from below and then piston it up. Let's see, hinge the arm at the bottom. That'd be another possibility. Okay. So let's go here. You can be an elbow. We'll put one of these on. We'll wait, save those for later. We can grab one of you. And then we will need a second servo here. And an elbow. And then we can put a piston here. I don't need the joint. Oop, don't take that wheel off. One of these on. See if that's enough. The other thing we want to do here is probably expand this base. Alright, so we'll see if that works. So the idea with this one is I want to get these tangs underneath the cube, and then we could use both pistons together to, you know, lift it up and over. So I'm hoping it doesn't actually... Okay, I was hoping that'd be hollow. If I get stuck on the ladder, I should be able to make this work. There we go. So again, I just push it up against this ladder. There's like no friction on that. Okay, so let's try adjusting this a little bit, because unfortunately I was expecting a little bit more friction on these, and they got none. So let's go here. So maybe get rid of the claw things. And let's see if using the grippy things makes any kind of difference. Okay, it really does make a huge difference. Problem is, it's just rolling it. We could roll it towards me. That'd work better. I would use the other motor for gripping from the sides. Yeah, the problem is I need to be able to extend those both, but it looks like I might have been able to get away with that. Unfortunately, that means this. We can pop over here. Do this to help center it again. And then we can go grab you. Grab you. Set up some spacers. Because that's also design I could adjust later. But as you can see, a big part of this is going to be us designing the vehicle and getting it to work the way we want it to. Alright. So I'm debating here, is I got a couple of possibilities. One is I could do the grippers just like I did the last time, but then put like a little finger on top of it so when I start to roll it I can kind of grab it and hold it against these. So something like this. Is a possibility. We can just line you up real quick. Oh, is it just barely not long enough? Okay, we can make that work. It's just so close to what I could use. If I can hit a diagonal, that might work. Okay. Except it's a worse angle for here. Alright, so we're really close to an idea. So the problem is, with the way I've got these, so we could take these off, grab those squares back. And then from here, and grab you off. Give myself just a little bit more reach. Oh, that's not the right button. I guess it might work when you get the grippers under. That's the idea, is I just want to get this to just nudge the box onto the grippers. And then we should be able to extend this up at that point. I'm seeing a problem here. That is not how I intended for that to go. I wonder... Okay. Alright, back to the drawing board. So that's not going to work. Not the way we're doing it. Okay, so I think these go away. And slight change of plans. We'll put the fingers down here. And that'll be our scoop. And we're going to kind of do a similar idea, but I'm going to put the grippers on top. So that I can grab... I mean, honestly, at this stage, let's just do it the way that probably just makes sense in the first place. There's one. And... Okay, so I've got that. So 1, 2, 3. I can make this work better by doing it like this. 1, 2. 3. 4. Grab you. It'd be really nice if I had one more. I do have one more diagonal. Oh, do I still have a spacer? Alright, hang on. Spacer. Now you. Now we put the servo. And you. And this thing. The diagonal. And that thing. And the gripper. Okay, that should actually work. So first things first, gotta open the claw. Perfect. Okay. So I can grab the steel beam. The servos were whining pitifully. Yep. When you smash against something. And they do that in real life too when you're messing around with servos and you push them something and go like, aw, poor servo. I guess they probably should be fast traveling. I was like, it's not that far. Okay, so we got the steel beam. So once again, I'm gonna see if we can just use our design just as it is to make this work. Because it's a big maybe. Alright, so first, open, second, extend, third, rotate down, then we close. This is gonna go great. I'll try that too. I wasn't trying to do a 180 there, but it looks slick. I'm honestly surprised at the grip strength on those things. Oh, okay, those are like seriously almost effectively walls. The grip strength on those claws are no joke. I was expecting it to be like a lot mushier where I'd bump it and just rip it out of the claws. That thing has pretty much a death grip on that. Alright. Oh, you monster. You absolute monster. How could you do this to me? You want me to stand it vertically? You know what? Oh, okay, alright, too far, I understand. We will try something a little cursed. Just a whole lot of cursed. Because I'm willing to bet its detection isn't that good. I can't, wait, I can make this work. Sooner or later, our center of gravity is going to tip backwards. So I deliberately want to wheelie here. Curse me and having enough enough weight on the bottom. I was gonna wheelie it so that the whole arm tipped back and then just let the grippers go and have it fall into place. I'm still gonna try and have it fall into place, but I'm not very confident in that. Yep, pretty much what I expected there. Okay, so what I need to do is get that vertical. That shouldn't actually be that hard. What I could do here is tip it down, grab it like I had it. I was just hoping I could kind of cheese it there. I'm just gonna grab the end here. I was gonna push against that beam. Whatever that yellow thing is looks like a much better place. What I could do then, we just shove it up against this wall. Well. So the idea was to brace it against there, push it as far up at an angle so it would hopefully tip towards it, because I'd be in the way. But the turning on our side was not part of the plan. There you go. That went way smoother trying to tip it the other way. And that's a one steel beam builds. Yeah, the problem is I have to like cycle between my different parts, so I couldn't move the thing around very well and do that. Alright, so we got another main contract of delivering the telescope. Come on, just a second of grip, that's all I need. Alright, well if it would have gone on the other side, I could have used the little flipper to do it, but that's I don't have any moving parts. Alright, and we got this. I'm still down to try. Do I think this is the right design for doing it? Nope. Is robot a bad word to use? No, I mean, Automod didn't trigger anything on our end. Why is Automod catching, your robot? I don't know. I'm assuming it's under bullying. Delicate satellite dish, or telescope dish, whatever. This is a very appropriate way to move a delicate piece of precision equipment. Yep. The banging means we're making good time. Why design a better hammer when your current hammer works just fine? Oh, you suck. You're gonna make me drive this precisely, aren't you? Oh, is that an elevator I have to take it up? Okay. Do I actually have to push the button? I'm really hoping the answer's no. Please stop pulling me. Please stop pulling me. Please stop pulling me. Okay, we're fine. Nice. Nice and easy. Done exactly how it should be. Why is it all fuzzy on the lower left side of the observatory? Let's see, the theodolite part can be used to build transmitters to extend the signal range to new areas. And we got a bunch of new parts. Martian terrain can be tricky to navigate. Plan your route by placing waypoints. Side jobs. Deliver a toaster. we're doing it. Side jobs are optional. Off-the-books jobs can use to make extra funds for extra parts. Being unregulated, they sometimes can be lucrative, but also arduous. Okay. I feel like I'm already well equipped to move a toaster. Complete with toast, apparently. Alright. I love when you deliver it that you just like bang into an invisible wall. So you just get there and just smash into it. Oh, is it batteries plural? Okay. I can still probably make this work. We definitely want one more servo to do this so I could like go over and turn down on it. But that costs money. I don't think I need it. I just need to angle this such that I can get enough grip on both of them to count. We could fix this to work better and move both at once, but eh. You would have thought they would make it hold apart in an area for a couple seconds to avoid cheesy delivery strats. Oh, dude, like, what was it? Was it Engineer that we did? Where you'd move the thing and it would count down like 5 seconds, you had to have it in position. It feels like some training montage video with that music. Thoughts on turn-based strategy games? I've enjoyed those myself in the past. They're real hard to stream. If you're thinking Final Fantasy Tactics, I actually played through the entirety of Final Fantasy Tactics back in the day. Really good game, super abusable. Yeah, Super 80s. Oh yeah, no, just looking for like a Rocky thing where he's like punching, you know, a bunch of like hanging cattle sides and then just cut out in the middle like him eating a little soup and then going back to like working out or whatever. Yeah, no, I definitely remember doing the absolute cheese shenanigans and, you know, Final Fantasy Tactics, where you can mix monk and cleric and just make it so you counterattack people before they attack. Active contract is outside your signal range. To extend your signal range, build more transmitters using your theodolite part, found on the Scout blueprint. Note, each new transmitter needs to have a clear line of sight to another transmitter. Okay, so you're saying first save our blueprint. There we go. The Adolite? Is that thing? Oh, okay. So I got that. So it mentions its line of sight. So I could probably do... So I'm not line of sight with a building anymore. I wonder how forgiving it is. Because I'm thinking if I get to the top of that, it'll give me a line of sight for a pretty good distance. I could probably get up this thing. Let's not go into that little crevasse. I think we'll get stuck in that. Can't quite get over there without the bumper snagging. If I scooch over to the side here, I could probably climb up it. There's a little bit of a bumper on this that sticks just enough forward that if I hit a steep ledge, just bounce. You can remove misplaced structures by pointing... It wasn't misplaced. Yeah, no, I noticed that afterwards. I'm just too close to really see that it was working. Yeah, so basically I'm spending a little bit of money to extend my range. This vaguely makes me think of playing Elite Dangerous with the SRVs. And when you get really good with the SRVs and just blasting across the terrain. Granted, this you could just hit R and reset it versus the SRVs, I want to say is very... I think you have to like just abandon it and go get a new one, which you can carry a couple on your ship. Depending on your loadout. I'll say these knobby wheels really do grip really quickly on their side. Makes them real easy to roll. Alright. I should be being more careful. It was like, make sure you plan your route. It's like, no. No plan. Just go. Okay. So climb up this one. Music is fine. The music's interesting in this game. A lot of the music's like, yeah, that's something you'd hear in the 80s. I like that there's no consequence for resetting, so I don't have to be like... It's not like SnowRunner where you have to be like super careful and very slowly like creep along and you start seeing your vehicle tip and you like back off real fast before you go over. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It can just leave you to have like a little bit of fun. For the record, I really like SnowRunner. I do enjoy having that difficult gameplay. But at the same time, I'm happy that's not the way this works. Okay, so we're probably flipping here because I'm going for it. Meanwhile, there's this perfectly smooth route just to my left. It's like, nah, man. Smooth route? No. We all terrain. Because my thought is if I get these antennas up here, between these spots, I can probably circle the spots wherever I need to. Alright, well the lessons learned for next time is probably take the not cursed route. Because they have definitely deliberately... Oh, well I guess just put me on the clean part of it. Alright, so I did see that we can be up to 5 kilometers away, I think, for the signal, because it said the one was 2 kilometers and the some change out of 5. You wonder where the magical theodolite building only works upside down? Make sure your vehicle could fit entirely between the wheels. Oh yeah, no, I see what you're saying. So make a vehicle that can, you know, regardless of which way it's facing, it can keep driving. Okay, so I'm thinking we get around this corner here. I find a peak over here. And that should put us in range of this other destination, and only cost me 2 antennas. Hey, Alana Rama with her 3-stream streak. Haven't seen you there. I'm doing good. How about yourself? We're doing space things on Mars and breaking physics. So yeah, check out Alanorama, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of RimWorld, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. Alright, so looks like we're gonna have a problem there, because it does say this requires line of sight, and I'm seeing a problem with that. I am gonna go ahead, though, and get over on this ridge. And your stream streak broke itself? And very last Sardines are 560 stream streak. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think they've got it where if you watch the VODs, it'll un-goof itself. And then sometimes like it just delays that, so you won't see the... I have no idea if that's actually working or not. It shouldn't be, because it doesn't have line of sight. I mean, it's blinking green. I'm assuming green means good, so... Let's see how this goes. Okay, so we have to get the thing from over here. Over there. And so rather than make a new fancy design, we're just going to go right here. We're going to go to our saved blueprints. I'm going to go to my custom blueprint. If you ever load a vehicle by mistake, you can always undo with Z. Okay. Picked this game today as well? Yeah, no, I saw, like, It's a game we checked out the Steam Next Fest demo of like 2 years ago or some nonsense. And had a pretty good amount of fun, but it's a very short demo. But we had some chaos. Try and keep it fairly low to the ground so I don't roll super easy. But then it went early access. I was like, you know what? I don't want to play the early access. I'll just wait till it's done. But this past week they did finish it. And now that's finished, they have moved on to getting it released. Okay, so I actually should plan the route, except I don't really know. Okay. So let's see. Ah, there we go. But yeah, so you do like all those weird constructions. It's got like all the physics stuff going on. Oh, okay. Imagine a turn without rolling. But you design your little vehicles, very Lego / construct / connects-esque. But you actually have like a whole physics engine behind it, doing all sorts of silly nonsense. It scratches an itch that... Oh, okay, that's fine. It scratches an itch that I haven't really gotten to enjoy since, I used to run Lego League for middle schoolers, right when I was fresh out of, like, high school. The first Lego League thing, like, first as in the acronym, not first as in the first ever made. And also, like, when I did robotics during high school, that you'd be presented with these problems, you just kind of had to figure out how to navigate them. Oh, this would be a game I think hard mode would just not be fun. When you have a lot of these like kind of floaty physics kind of games, they're really fun for silly chaos, but for any type of real precision, they just end up frustrating because you'll hit terrain that's not super clear what it's gonna do, and the vehicle bounces in a way you don't expect, and just that fast you screw up. You did Mindstorms? Yeah, the first Lego League, that's what we used. We used Mindstorms as the base. Yeah, it's too much weight. So if I reset with that in the gripper, okay, it does just drop it. Too bad they discontinued it. Yeah. They had a couple varieties they did of it, but yeah, they did ultimately discontinue it. I mean, a big part of it was, unfortunately, those kits were so freaking expensive. Like, even by LEGO standards, they were pretty pricey. Like, just was effectively the processor and like a couple of motors or whatever, usually ran like $300-400 back in those days. You can do it! You can do it! But yeah, so I think because it was so expensive, it didn't find that many customers. Ooh. Huh. That terrain is way more awful than I anticipated from what the map showed. Oh, there we go. That's much easier to see. In that case... And then maybe cut across there? I'll probably want to go and get the rover moved up to the bigger, knobbier wheels. So it can handle the rougher terrain much easier. Luckily nowadays, the 3D printer and an Arduino and a Raspberry Pi allows you to have a home Mindstorm alternative. Yeah. We'll be pushing the range limits we can handle. Alright. I was surprised with silly physics that they aren't encouraging to haul your own custom communication towers die plays rather than giving you magic building wand. Yeah, no, I mean, I could see it going either way. Okay. Let's try going around this one. So this is definitely a mission giving us a lesson being like, hey, first, here's how you extend the range of where your rover can even go. And also, B, you genuinely aren't making it over any terrain. Like, the rough terrain is too cursed that even if you have a good design, it's gonna just get wedged in or struggle to climb. It's fine. Yeah, when we have more parts, we'll widen the wheelbase on this to make it harder to roll. But the parts cost in-game money. And I gotta do missions to get that. They do also have a creative mode where if you're like, you don't want to deal with the, you know, money kind of thing, you can just have all the parts you want. But this is the default mode. That took 2 seconds to roll that. Oh, you're up there. And they did mention there's a way to also, reset the payload if you were to manage to really gum it up where you can't get it out. I'm deliberately putting the weight as far in front as I can. So if we go to tip, we'll want to naturally tip forward. I backed up too fast. I think we might need to switch over to those knobby wheels. I almost recovered it. I do think... Oh, wait. And saved. I do think we will want to switch to the knobby wheels. Because you can see the problem here is I'm losing traction. Alright, so we did get 4 knobby wheels. We did get some extra parts on here. Oh, interesting. Okay. I wonder if the knobby wheels are going to be tall enough to do this. Because by having them bowed out slightly, it'll have a lower profile where we can potentially rub up on the ground, but make it even harder to roll. The problem I'm running into now is my arm doesn't reach far enough forward to get past the tires. Come on, let's make it a little heavier on the front. Alright, I probably just have to go around and stop fighting with this. Alright, so where's the next route I can do? The next one is we go back out farther over here. And try and come in this way. Basically, I just need to watch for an area that isn't quite so rough. Okay. Let's see, may lose traction. Not sure what surface tires want for to get the best traction. The chamber is hurting traction just by the surface too. Yeah, no, I think it's just one of those things that they've designed it so that the way the traction works on here, it doesn't seem like these tires are super grippy compared to the other ones. I think the fact that they're knobby just means they're taller so we can grab a bit more. That is a cliff. And he also kept the bottom middle ones so we can't bottom out. Because those middle bottom ones will be on the ground if we were to be center highing. When they're straight, they're very grippy? Okay. I mean, we could try that as well. Like, they honestly seem to do very good until I get too high of a vertical. And then once you get too high of a vertical, it doesn't seem to matter what I'm doing too much. We can try trading that off. Because I didn't try him straight up. It's like when I saw I could chamfer him, I'm like, okay, that'll give me a very sturdy wheelbase that I should be able to prevent rolling pretty easily. Because it'll naturally try to want to shove itself back into the position we're looking for. Luckily there's no fuel or battery or anything else we gotta manage. Alright, so let's see. Okay, so that's past that ridge, so let's keep going this way. And perfectly fine. It's as if we planned it. I will say those wheels have some pretty wild suspension. Like, they really got some spring in them. Okay. It's like when we hit the ground, it almost recoils up a little bit. You love the grabby design, by the way? Yeah, no, we're definitely hitting a problem with these wheels, though, on it, just that the boom needs to be longer. Yeah, this is the way we were intended to go, because this is nice and clear, not trying to get over a cursed ridge. It's kind of hard to see that, though, from the overhead map. It wasn't super obvious that this side was going to be so much clearer. And you put an air conditioning system, and just magically you get a whole building. The terrain in this game gets a super funky in some places. You love it. Alright, so we got some new parts out of it. Deliver the steel pipe. Not really staying as gripped as the other ones. Okay, so dragging it isn't going to work as well as I had pictured in my head. I was like, I'll just grab it and just drag it if it's going to fight me like this. But it just grinding a big furrow in the ground, not really the smoothest ride. There we go. Building was cleverly hidden inside the air conditioning. Yeah, I wonder if the side quests are infinite or if it'll be something that we only get a couple of them kind of thing. Because we are seeing not repeating ones. Okay, so I can't fast travel to that. And that's way out there. Alright, let's see about the umbrella. Let's see what happens. I can't fast travel to that, but I can fast travel to you. Because this is giving me parts that I can do more stuff with. Now, we also want to make the wheelbase wider at this point, because if I make the wheelbase wider, I don't have to worry about my grippers getting caught on my wheels. Okay. Any interest in checking out Megapunk? I've had a few people ask me about that. Probably not, admittedly. It is, I've seen that's like a Vampire Survivors-esque thing, which by all means I'll enjoy. But for like on-stream kind of stuff. Oh, well that's an interesting problem. It's probably fine if I just shove it. It's just too big. I will do it this way. But yeah, so like, it looks like a good game, but for on the channel, it's pretty far out from my normal content kind of thing. Trying to turn desperately. Desperately trying to turn. Still trying to turn, alright. I didn't want to run to again. I'm not improving my situation. Okay. I did actually get a grip on it. Driving around on the surface of Mars, moving around hay bales. It's just Space Farm Sim. So deliver paint. Alright, so that's when I'm probably going to have to set up another antenna. So let's actually see here, because I'm willing to bet what we can do is let's do a little bit of a redesign. We've got our bumper and all that. So panel part, such as like a wall. Okay. So we can definitely go in here and widen our stance on this vehicle a bit. Is one thing we could do. The interesting thing about the panels, though, so first I could put you on here, and it honestly doesn't matter where. I'm just gonna shove it back there, so that if I have to put down another antenna thing, I could do that. But what we can also do here, I've got all these like different joints and unions and all that go all sorts of different ways. I can use those to expand our wheelbase a little bit. I'm looking at these panel parts though, and it does feel like I could make myself effectively a basket in here for the smaller loose items. So next time we get one of those contracts. So right now I'm going to take these off on the back. Because I can go and use this. And then we'll do those 30 degrees again. we can widen our wheelbase. So help a little bit. What else can we do here? So I'm kind of thinking what we'll even be able to do over time is like make ourselves like a little box there. So that'll be a place we could set something on top of. Get a little bit more of a pad there. And a box way in the back. So what I could potentially do is drop something down on the middle of here. So like if we get our steel beam, I could drop the steel beam across this middle section and hold it there. Just, okay, that's weird. All right. Anything else we care about here? Could do an interesting thing with this and put the claws in there as well for guiding. Probably not something I need, but whatever. Alright, so let's see what we got for the next contract. So, deliver paint. So this might be outside of our range. Oh. It's fine. Martian Legos, pretty much. That was not the right button. Yeah, it'll do. And like I said, I fully expect to get towards here and to be like, yo, fix your signal. But we'll see. This also is one that you definitely could use in one of those robots. It's just like a hook to grab the tongue there, or the little lip there. But I mean, you got Grippy Boy. I'm just gonna keep using the Grippy Boy. Grippy Boy's been working. Alright, before we get ourselves in trouble. Alright, I don't really see a good way of going about this. Let's try going up this way and see if it's less rough terrain. But I believe we can go about 5 kilometers from the antenna before we'll be out of range. And I've got the thing on this to build other antennas. So it shouldn't be a problem. And it did mention being line of sight being a necessity, but honestly that other antenna we built was certainly not line of sight. So I'm feeling like it's pretty lax in that line of sight business. Okay, well, a little rough. This looks way less cursed than what we saw back there. Just driving around and delivering mundane things like ladders and all that feels weird. It's a thing I could see really being a thing on Mars. Or any terrestrial planet where it's like, oh, we need to bring whatever material over to the other location. And obviously, without a breathable atmosphere, it's not like you're going to be able to build giant tunnel networks. There'd be a monstrous amount of logistics that go into making that not just death tunnels. Because of, you know, needing to get it full of oxygen and get the carbon dioxide and whatever else goes in there out of there. So I could definitely see having little vehicles go back and forth, which certainly getting to the point of using some form of drone or rover or whatever would make sense for very light deliveries versus very heavy ones. But just the idea of having this little robot running around with just a paint can dragging behind it. So you can, you know... Alright, so we hit the kind of the edge of the range there. And then immediately rolled. Alright, well, we're actually getting the line of sight restriction. That's fine. So we get the transmitter tower sorted out. So where's my nearest transmitting tower? Up there. So I probably just need to get up to one of the top of these peaks and we might be able to get line of sight. Okay. Alright, so let's get to the top of that ridge. Try placing one up there. The good news is those transmitting towers aren't very expensive. They're like 25-35 currency. And each one of these side missions I'm doing is getting anywhere from like 90 to 200 or something. Alright. I still did manage to center Hyatt. Okay, so there's the next nearest tower it's showing me. We immediately rolled over. Okay, so try to get to your angle on this. Because I believe if I put the tower up there, I should be able to do the entirety of the mission. Douglas Logistics, it's going pretty good. Doing a little bit of tinkering, a little bit of figuring, making some mildly cursed vehicles. Now let's see if we can't get you right over here. There we go. And so now you can go grab her paint bucket. Yeah, so you build the towers to extend your antenna range, and the limitation on them is just they cost currency. Alright, so let's go grab our paint bucket and get that delivered. Yeah, no, you can place them pretty much anywhere. You just kind of want to place them at high elevations because they require line of sight to extend the range. So the towers have to be line of sight to each other. They don't need to be line of sight to you, is what I'm figuring out. It's not exactly what I had to work with this. Nah, it's fine. Let's pick it up. There we go. Yeah, though, it's a bit of a ways from my sure. But sticking them onto a notable hill mound you found, yeah. Like I said, this doesn't feel like the kind of game where you have to be like, oh man, every penny matters, I gotta be real careful. They do kind of limit your ability to build at the beginning, it seems. But hooking up the network wherever you need to seems like just a thing to do. Alright. Get back to working our way over. And immediately roll. As you do. The next set of things we get, I've got to expand this wheelbase on the front so that the arms aren't getting stuck on it.
Thank you Guardian452 for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you Guardian for the tier 1 sub, I do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that. Because it'd be weird for you to sub if you weren't. But thank you again for that support, it means a whole heck of a lot, and I do really appreciate it. Alright, if you would behave, that'd be lovely. But trying to not have where we're gripping at like a really long angle. Wait, stop. No. That might work. Nope, it did not. Yeah, because I keep losing the grip on the paint bucket. Well, I was about to say I shouldn't go down that hill, but I guess we're going down that hill anyways. Because we just hucked the bucket right on down into the chasm. Yeah, see you later, paint bucket. I'm tired of your drama. Almost. It's a little hard to predict when stuff is loose of your grips, how much it's gonna go. Because those little teeth on there, they do have some, like, grippiness to them, like there's almost like a glue effect to it. But it's really been kind of hard for me to get a feel for when they're just going to, you know, be like the grip of death to never let go. And then when it's gonna be like kind of wishy-washy. I think it's the springiness I have between these two hydraulics that I'm kind of like snapping it, which is giving the bucket a lot more force against it to send it sailing. Alright, and there's the destination. Need some shocks of the bad boy. Need a lot of things. There we go. And that's what paint enables you. You just need one thing of paint and you get a whole building. You don't realize, but this is actually made out of layered, like 3D printed layered latex paint. Alright. So like I said, I don't know with a lot of the stuff. I'm gonna deliver a pizza. Because we're also discovering these locations. Alright, let's actually 2 seconds. Let's see if we can't make these. You found your stream streak? Nice. So that's a right angle. That's not going to solve our problem. We can do a cursed wiggle with those, but we're not going to. I should probably buy parts, but, you know. Oh, are you gonna be way up there? Okay, that's gonna be a proper redesign on the bot to do that. Oh no, there's an elevator. Okay. I was gonna sit there and say, it's like that's really high to try and figure out how to make happen. Okay. And Darsh tried on 105 stream streak. Catch the last 105 streams without missing any. Thank you so much for that. Do appreciate. Oh. Okay, that's actually legitimately going to be hard to move. Okay, we'll just see if it works. That's really broad. If I could tip it up outside, I could certainly deliver that easily. All right, let's do some work. Okay, so these wheels need to be adjusted. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy 2 of you. I'll grab the regular spacers. I'm gonna slightly turn them upwards. Oh, that's the wrong one. Get our big knobby tires. And then we can probably do here. I'm noticing these are extremely cheap. Another thing to help us prevent center eyeing. Let's see. How do the tires turn without connectors in the swivel? Like the swivels? They just kind of have magic swivels. If you look like there, they just kind of like magically swivel within themselves. And I guess we'll also go ahead. I don't feel like rebuilding it. Also, those didn't help anything, so we'll get rid of them. Also, gonna put that where it is there. Put stationary in the back. Okay, still need an adjustment. Alright, so this arm on the back here, while it served us well, is gonna have to have some adjustments made to it. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of this right now. The whole arm's gonna have to go. Alright. So I like the idea of making a storage location in the middle here. How much do these panels cost? Not much. Perfect. So we can grab 2 of those. And I'll need connectors here. One second. So that's not going to work the way I want it. That's fine. Now we can grab you. Deal with those in a second. So basically I got a place I could chuck stuff into to deal with that. And we'll go here. Add 2 spacers. Then add the angles back here. And back here. Put the knobby wheels on. We'll get rid of this thing. Because my only concern now is center highing. Which I could work around that if I put some wheels underneath this, or if we... Let's get rid of the 45. We've been doing that, but now if I'm moving just to these wheels here, we'll probably want those to be straight up. Probably as narrow as we can and still have them cover the the basket. Because that's a matter of trying to balance about its risk of rolling over and its risk of center highing. So we're reducing our risk of center highing, but increasing our risk of rolling over. So we've got this whole thing going on. So now what I'm going to do is let's go and put a 40, like one of these angles here. I'm going to put the servo on this. I'll put another angle here. And we can put the piston on this. And another angle on here. And our servo. Basically, I'm spending a bunch of the money we've earned that I haven't been using for stuff. I can put a piston here. And I'll have the joint there. I do wish I could kind of synchronize to have things like do a pinching motion. But that doesn't seem like a thing we can make work. So, we'll start this out by having at least a little bit of a built-in gap. Well, it looks like I'm reaching where it's going to be the end of the range I can make this. And then you get another servo. Actually, I think I'd learned my lesson by now. Let's see. Grab the angle. Grab the spacer. Grab the angle. Grab the spacer. Grab you. We'll have you and you. And two of these. And the gripper. Alright, so similar design to what we had, I'm just extending it forward instead of up. And then the idea is this should have enough actuating points that I can have it drop stuff into the basket back here. Now, I probably need to have a front to this basket as well, but we'll see how it goes from here. So, let's see about this now. So with that said... Yes, I'm probably going to also need to do here is maybe have one more pneumatic on the claws themselves for cases like this where I've got something that's large enough to be a problem. Because if it's large enough to be a problem, I could just have like the pneumatic expand the gap between the claws. Let's do that now. Alright. Yeah, so what I'm talking about here, to get rid of this, take that. I would need another pneumatic. Where's that 90-degree angle? There we go. And a spacer. Accidentally removed a wheel. Put you here. Ah. Oh, it put me down on the ground below. That's okay. Let's see. WSD controls seem baked in, at least from the ground vehicles. However, I haven't taken play yet. I have no clue how that'll work. You have to see with all that stuff. Because I have no idea if there is even flying vehicles, because I feel like if we got to flying vehicles, it'd change how everything in this works. All of this just to deliver a pizza. Okay. Oh, I see. So it appears the box actually isn't the part I need. Just the pizza itself. Alright. That was a little over... Yeah. This is a very overcooked pizza. It is cardboard. Oh, well, sorry. I ordered #1 rigid body mechanic with pesto. Oh... You jerk. I'm not on. I do need both the box and the pizza. Is the topping of dust extra? Yeah, of course. It's an extra topping, is it not? Alright, so what I'm hoping I can do here... They're not super well designed to do it. In hindsight. Yeah, because I don't have a way to rotate this. Excellent. Perfect. Delivering the pizza. Exactly as requested. Imagine for a lot of these, you could make a rover for that specific type of good. That'd work way better. So you could have something that had the right width that you could kind of just slot the pizza in and then just pinch it from the top. So it couldn't come open. But so far they've not been repeating things. That pizza's gonna get out of here. Because it has mostly escaped the basket. Unfortunately, I do have that one direction that the arm does not rotate. But it's fine. Delivering pizza correctly Mars style. What you don't realize is a Mars pizza comes with extra grit. It's like Detroit pizza in that it's an abomination that no one should ever be subjected to. But you know, for those who don't know Detroit style pizza, it's breadsticks that someone put pizza ingredients on top of. It's pretty much the way it is. The locals swear by it. I mean, I lived in Detroit and I still think Detroit pizza is an abomination. So I think the idea here is drop the pizza box. There we go. Alright, I'll scooch around it. Alright, so I gotta get the pizza out of the vehicle. think I can make this work. Okay. I have an idea. That's definitely not the correct way. Oh, wait. This is definitely not the way to handle this. Which is, I'm going to drive this up here, and I'm going to deliberately roll the vehicle over on top of the pizza box. That is the plan. Now scoot yourself to sit right up here. Yeah, no, it's not quite in there is the problem. What I have created myself is a brand new problem. Yeah, the question is, I don't know how I can get this pizza box open easily. Alright, let's try and get the pizza box open. Because I'm noticing they don't fit in there together at the same time. Or actually, I might be able to make this work. Let's... I have gummed it up on itself. There we go. That's exactly what I was thinking. Before I go through all that effort, let's see if I can just slap one on top of the other and call it a day. All right. Okay, didn't go too far yet. Alright. Just need to go just past it. And then drag it into the box. Hey, pizza delivered. Alright, bear with me, chat. I just heard my wife get home, so I quickly run down, grab some, throw some food in the oven, welcome my wife home, all that stuff. It'll take me just a couple minutes, but thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. So I'll be right back in a few, and thank you again for tuning in. You just stay here, you're just gonna die. You know what we could do? New plan. Everything must go. Everything must go. Everything must go. All of it into the main piece, because I don't think the main piece can be destroyed. If it can, well, then we're just screwed and we just can't do anything about it. So I put all of it in storage. I don't think we send everything down because I don't think I can send it all back up. I want to see if this takes damage. If this takes damage, we're sending everything down. Be invincible? Dang it. Alright, well. It is what it is. I hate all of this. This was a mistake. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm still way not out of danger. Okay. That was really, really bad. Because I got cut off and I saw the bushes. And that was really bad. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. Orange. And home. You brought this on yourself. You knew this was coming.
Fuck it.
Wait.
Why don't you hop in this car with me? Let's go look together.
Oh, this is a bad idea.
Hold on,
Right,
I think I
I'll
got
let myself in.
Oh, there you go. All right. All right. Let's go have a looking around. Oh, this car is kind of fucked. Hold on. Hold on, it keeps pulling.
You, Sir? Sir? Well, that's just embarrassing. Well, I'm glad I didn't try to shoot you at the beginning. Gun went click. He was clearly bit and about to die, and knew I... Hidden Revenant was revealed because the meteor hit it. It ran off somewhere we didn't see, but it was chilling there, and Cassie went, never mind, screw this thing, and dropped a meteor on it. To work. Oh, yes, please. Please face that way. Yes, please. You right now, right now. Oh, thank you. Thank you for removing yourself from the entire rest of the horde. I can't tell. Do you have a gas mask? I cannot tell. I don't think you do. You do have a gas mask. You are just the best zombie. Did I ever tell you you're my favorite zombie? Did I ever tell you? This zombie right here, I mean seriously, guys. You seen this guy? Best zombie in the world. Straight up. Even brought me a snack. Your jacket, ma'am, it's green. Just like your jacket. You should buy some. Don't make me go back to my warehouse. You, sir, the Zap. No, come on. Come on, buy the Zap. Alright, fine. Alright, one moment. You wish stores were this efficient in real life? So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. Alright. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're gonna try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that, that does conclude our tour. This has been a fantastic tour. I believe this tour, once... No. Oh, Jesus. He didn't make any noise. And I just turned and there were lights. There were eyeballs.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I need
shall
you.
put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? Ooh, coconut chicken. Oh yeah, that fills us up. Be riding those fire kill zip line seems. Yeah, I don't understand. So we're supposedly on floor 1. Let's go to 0, because I assume we opened the door then. Textures. Don't kill me. Okay, everything's fine. We just escaped the map a little bit there for a minute. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out and everything will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do something I know is not gonna end well, but I'm gonna be cursed until it happens. Okay. Refuel your car. switch, throw the switch to change. I want to put you away. That's probably fine. It wasn't bolted down, it had to be taken. You understand, chat? Okay, and we're back. And obviously, as said, it wasn't bolted down, it had to be taken. Okay, so that's our first actual repeat. So that's... So far as the cargo. Different destinations. We've not been to that destination. But that is our very first repeat here to do the toaster. So let's go work on getting our actual objective done. So for that, we'll fast travel up to that monorail station. And we'll need to start working our way over. So let's take the little robot arm like this. Alright. So it's way up there. So honestly, in this case, we're just going to slam one of these down. Okay, no transmitters in view. Where is the next nearest transmitter? Over there. So... what should happen is once I get close enough... unlurk their knackered? Yeah, now I know how that goes. So, we'll see... yeah, so it looks like what I'm probably going to need to do is just go up to this ridge and put the antenna on top of this big cliff up here. And then we can start running over there, and I'll have to put another one way over there. Because it looks like I'm going to have to daisy chain a couple of these to be able to reach the next objective space. Yeah, so you can see that that's over there. And I think for this arm to work the way I want it to, I need one more pivot on the claw itself. That way I can have it kind of reach back and drop it into the basket, and also be able to retrieve it from the basket. I also might need to do some interesting shenanigans with the claws themselves, so that its base position is able to be, or rather that I can get them closer together. We got it built. I will say, with as wide as the wheelbase is on this thing now, and that big basket, it's doing way better about the rolling. It's also one that even if I do roll it, I feel like this is one I can recover pretty easy. Oh, I would need to... oh, I have that too low. Actually, for that matter, probably will work better if I do this. kind of place that I can just like neutrally keep the claw inside of it. We're not limited by energy? No. So you've got like signal distance. That's what I was just doing there, is I was building another like comms tower to expand the distance I could take the signal. We're also limited by cash. I can only get so many parts. Every part costs money. But there's no like damage or power or anything like that. Okay, so we actually have a good enough view. I could keep going and potentially put on this next ridge up over here. And it should give me enough distance to deal with the next thing. Hey, Conquer, how's it going? Alright. We are just doing donuts. Imagine if we got another set of wheels on here. We wouldn't have nearly as many spin-outs. More surface area, all that. So when do we switch our parts? Do the old ones go to storage? Yes, the old ones will go into storage and we can trade them. Because like once you buy a part, you could like take it off and add it back on anytime you like. It actually doesn't appear that, as far as I've seen it, you can ever sell a part either. Okay, still got view on the antenna, so we're getting pretty close to the edge of our range. So we'd like to ideally get up to one of these cliffs to boost our antenna distance that much farther. See if we can't get up one of these cliffs. Yeah, it's gonna have to be this cliff. I doubt we can just go vertical on it, but I'm gonna try anyways. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. So let's see if there's an angle I can get up that ledge. Because if I can get up this cliff somewhere, I can put the antenna near the top. It's not looking encouraging. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Okay. Because yeah, I think 5 kilometers from our antenna is the farthest our range can go. But without being able to get up on that mountaintop, I'll have to lay it down kind of on that ridge there. Maybe I can get up there. Wow, you are spinning out so much right now. Let's see if moving that forward again helps, because... yeah, this might work. Yeah, that'll work. So we can go up to the top here. And that'll give me cover for like this whole valley. Especially if I can get up there. Up, 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 up. Okay, 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 okay. I understand. Would have liked to have put it up here instead. I'm gonna see if we can. I'm gonna go up to that peak. I'm gonna see if that peak is within 5 kilometers of that distant antenna. If it is, I can tear down my other one. If not, then, you know, it is what it is kind of thing. .1. So we're out of range of connecting this from there by 0.1 kilometers. Boo. It's fine. Alright, let's go get the umbrella. Because that's what we're delivering here. Okay. The music being here only occasionally is a really weird choice. It's something I see in a lot of games. Like a lot of the Stardew Valley-esque games. There's just a lot of time where the music just checks out for a while. And I get it when you have a very short playlist, but still, it's always weird when you just have a game that's like absent of any music at all. Okay. So we're here to grab the umbrella. Okay. And just zigzag all over the place. Alright, so let's figure out where we're going up there, because the way we came down is probably not going to be a way to get up. So I think realistically what I need to do is work on getting around here, and then somewhere will take me up that way. We're not going to climb that, because I think with as steep as it is, we're just going to spin tires. Okay, bye, this looks amazing. Yeah, and you can, like, completely rebuild it. So, like, this is a design I made. So you can, like, take it part per part. It's very, like, Lego-esque, Connects-esque, where you just kind of snap your different parts together. Decide where you want to put your servos and all that. And this is fine. Because with the angles we can do that arm, I can roll myself back onto my wheels if I need to. There's also resetting your position. Doesn't cost you anything, and it's very fast. So if you did run into that kind of a problem, you can just reset yourself back to your wheels and take on with it. It's not designed to be some, like, really hardcore game. It's very sandbox-ish. It's just the default mode, you do have money, and the money just is for buying parts. It's a very cool blend of Lego, Death Stranding, and the Planet Crafter. Not sure about the other two. Definitely Lego. Like, Planet Crafter, I think a lot more about the collection of resources, the survival crafting, and then terraforming the planet. And I haven't played Death Stranding, so I can't really say anything one about the other. But it's definitely very Lego. And I do kind of like the cel-shaded aesthetic. I didn't realize I was jumping into a chasm, but here we go. And back on your wheels. But yeah, now we're playing this because it did go 1.0 full release just this past week. It had been early access prior to that. And we had played like a super duper early access demo for Steam Next Fest like 2 years ago. Had fun with it, but as you know, it was pretty limited at the time. This one definitely is a lot more cohesive. Like the other one is like they kind of gave you 2 or 3 missions and you just did them. Versus this one, you know, you can get like, you can buy the parts and you can do all sorts of other stuff that wasn't just part of that demo back then. Okay. And we delivered an umbrella. And there we go. The umbrella was structural. Contract delivery trophy. Okay. So I'm just taking the trophy from up here down there. I'm going to combine this with Terra Tech for Cartoonish Flash. I haven't played Terra Tech. The one the building reminds me of is, what was it, Robocraft? The one where you had, like, team-based combat. The construction kind of reminds me of that, except, you know, you're not juggling, oh, do you have shields, oh, do you have this? Alright, now I get to see if I can drive in the water. You are going to be an interesting one because of your size. It's not going to be very stable. You do this correctly where you can get it underneath those arms. We should be able to hold on to it pretty well. Thank you, pretty wifey.
Enjoy.
I will enjoy. It looks good.
Yeah, it smells good.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
I love you too. You're a good cook. Alright, so let's see if we can make this happen. So the catch here is we don't actually have a tight grip on it, so it's going to bounce around, which is a problem. And I don't think I could tip it over too much. Let's see here. I think that's the best we're gonna get. Yeah, no, it's currently, I think, 12 bucks? 11, 12 bucks, something like that. All right. Let's race on down here and see if we can't turn around over here and drop off the trophy. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Well, we've overextended. I'm surprised I could actually stop on that. I figured we're just going to bounce the whole way down. There it is. Is indeed fast travel? Hey. Can objects break? I don't believe so. Yeah, it's definitely Death Stranding flashbacks. I've had a lot of people... I actually installed Death Stranding. I've owned it for a long time. But I never got to playing it. Like, not that I was avoiding it for any reason. Just, you know, there's always another game to play. Okay, so we need to put it up on its pedestal. we go. We definitely have our priorities. We're on Mars, we're setting up basic stuff like a greenhouse and all that, but of course we're gonna build a racetrack. Excuses, then I still need to finish that game as well. So they gave us a blueprint for a race car if we want it. Okay. Deliver the Rover League ball. Am I really spending my time making a racetrack? Is that really what we're doing? Okay, so this is way out here. Alright, so we have that antenna at 1.6 kilometers. So Mars is the vacation destination? Yep. So what we could do here... Yes, I'm not going to be able to see it around there, so yeah, we'll put this antenna here, because it's in a nice open valley in the center. And I'm going to need another antenna between me and that checkpoint. It's like, remember, you have to have some recreation to your pawns? Yep. They just wanted to put a reward in that would have farther use for you. I did notice they gave me, like, racing tires, which is very clearly going to be for the race course, and probably utterly useless for driving across the dirt. Yeah, so I'm thinking if we can get up to that ridge I've got my aimer pointed at, that should give me more than enough range to get to the next area line of sight-wise. I mean, we could also go straight up that angle. It has to be line of sight, that's the key. It's not that I need to necessarily get, or not even need, want to get maximum range, but going pretty far range, it's like where we can reasonably get it, is worth doing. Not waste a bunch of resources. I'm assuming we'll be able to mine those at some point, or collect them or something. Okay, we're still good. Still good. I think we can get to that one. And at that point, I think the line of sight will start being a problem. Had to go. Thank you for the information about the game. Down later. Have a good one. No problem. Hope you have fun with it. It's definitely been a fun, interesting game. Okay. It considers it having line of sight, so we are good. And that's 4 kilometers away, which means we should be in range to get all the way to this objective. So it looked like there may have been like a little ravine or whatever between these mountains over here. It'll probably be much easier driving than what I'm doing right now. Yeah, there you go. There we go. You can go up and over this. I wonder the pneumatics if I could effectively make crappy shocks. So have them like pointing down at a slight angle, and then just ever so slightly extend them, since they do have a little bit of a bounce to them. Well, this is not the way we're taking back, that's for sure. Okay. Also, Mars with a blue atmosphere is not a thing you're gonna see. Yeah, even though they're not shocks, just extending the wheelbase. Yeah, we extended it wider, and that's done really good for keeping us from flipping. But yeah, no, it'd be good to, I think I want to get another full set of wheels in front, kind of the same distance as the current gap of our wheels. That way I can make a little bit more of a basket for when I get really small, loose stuff like batteries. Oh, you know what? We could even take a servo and on top to, like, close it down, like have a lid. Because that'd be good. Alright, we're about to arrive. Yeah, I think what I've got right now is I've got too much loose stuff on top of it, that the jiggling of the various things on top of it robbed me of traction. Whereas I imagine if I was dealing with a more rigid design, don't need to worry. Because this arm do the wiggle. Oh, I see what your deal's gonna be. You troll. Alright. Stop rolling away, I'm near the edge of my range. So I might be able to make this work by using the basket, because my assumption is this is going to have a lot of bounce to it. So it's going to naturally want to, like, pull itself free from me. You suck, ball. It comes back to taunt you? Absolutely. What I want to do is, without knocking around too much, I want to get a pinch on it. It doesn't need to stay in my grabbers long. But I think if I can get it to sit in the back of the vehicle, I could just squish it down with the arm. And it won't matter how much it wants to bounce because it'll be an enclosed space effectively. Or it is way bigger than I gave it credit for. Alright, so let's see how we're getting around here. So, I don't have a good way up. So we do have more, oh, I don't have line of sight to put up in our tower. This might be a problem. At least it's light? Yeah. My fear is I won't be able to go far enough this way to get out of here. before I'm out of range of signal, but also because of the big cliffside, I can't get line of sight on my existing tower. We'll see. It looks like it's actually not as bad as I thought. Okay, so looking at this, I've got a place that I might be able to cross over here or down here. I'm gonna think this way. Driving slower will help attraction? Oh, gross. Slower? Slower doesn't sound like Zoom. We got places to be. If there's no squealing tigers, what's even the property? Oh, you can zoom in to see more detailed? Oh, right. Okay. So all of that is awful. Yes, it does look like... It does look like this general area over here is probably my best bet. I also like the idea, instead of doing any type of like real science on Mars, we're just collecting trophies and beach balls and bringing umbrellas and, you know, all sorts of other garbage. This is what our rover has been brought down to. Once upon a time, Curiosity rolling around on the Mars, doing all sorts of amazing things, and then it's just become, you know, it's fallen into consumerism. You know what you expected the game called First Mars Logistics for your first time seeing it? But a rover carrying a beach ball was sure not it. Yeah, no, it's it's very Lego-esque in the sense that you design your vehicle part by part, and then you complete deliveries. But yeah, the deliveries are some pretty silly stuff. It's very physics-based game. If you ever played Robocraft, the building stuff feels like Robocraft, except more utility of picking up and moving things and less rail guns and shields. I remember way back before Robocraft went like super hard in the pay to win, I used to play a bunch of it. Then it just started getting a lot more transactiony. I like the setup with, I can't remember what they were called, it was their relatively close range guns, because everyone else wanted to kind of like do rotations in the back of using the rail guns. So if you get like a support person with you and you rolled in with the closer range weapons, you could just shred them. And then people get mad because it was like, oh, you're not fighting correctly. It was definitely one of those games that fell into the trap of a meta got established, and that was just what the game was from then. And then on top of that, they did stuff to, they made the grind for leveling up to get that good stuff really, really laborious, or you could pay cash. That's pretty much when I dropped off. Which is a shame. I wish we had more games that were the piece together robots and do stuff with that. There's been a couple really good ones over the years, but so many of them, they go to the live service / microtransaction side of things, versus like, you know, this just being a game, you buy it, you play it, you win it, have a good time kind of thing. There's definitely a couple of genres out there that are just overtaken by how can we draw as much money out of the players as possible. Remember one map was a single chair with a railgun, and you would get sniped from the air with a single rocket to propel upwards? Yep. Yeah, you were just so little mass you could just zip around. It was ones like that that I remember. Like I said, I can't remember what the name of the weapon was, but it was a relatively rapid-fire, medium-range weapon. And if you're willing to try and push really hard to sneak past people, you'd have the chair pop up and you could just pick it away so easily because they'd be launching themselves up and all over the place and you just could keep firing shots. And while they were moving, the chance of them landing a hit with the railgun was negligible. But in so many of those games, people are unwilling to push. That everyone wants to just stay back and snipe. But the more you get some competent people who know how to push, you can just walk right through them. You always built a hovercraft with heal beams, and hid the beams underneath so they wouldn't get shot off as easily to heal, but still heal allies? Yep. I did a lot of support. Rover League Court completed. Okay, so they have, like, what's effectively a soccer... Oh, good! They have a mission for me to deliver explosives. Count me in. And I already have everything I need nearby. Alright. Meanwhile, let's reset all these back kind of their default positions a little bit here. And I believe we're close enough that my existing infrastructure will cover. If not, that's fine too. I don't imagine this game is super long, if you're just gunning for progress. Now granted, looking at the construction stuff, that's fine, I don't care about that. Pneumatic cylinder extends and retract. Oh, it's like... Okay. Don't give me what I think you just given me. Yeah, so we actually have a lot of parts left. Because you know what I could probably do with this? Where'd you go? Can I get anywhere I've got a downward angle? Because what I'm thinking I could do... Oh, you know, it could be really a terrible but fun idea. Not even paying attention to road at all. I'm trying to reset all this. So what I'm hoping... Excellent. So I'm thinking with that is I could grab stuff, and when I want to just deliver it aggressively, I can just catapult it. If it has enough force, I could also see using it as putting a little jump in the vehicle. But I need to give myself, you know, probably enough space in the front so I can launch it. That'd be hard to set up the jumping functionality. So I need to do, though, is find a route to get over there. Now, what that does do is it does mess up my ability to grab stuff, because I've made my claws not as much of a deep range. But it was free that it gave me, so it's whatever. You know what, let's do a redesign. So, for right now, I'm gonna treat that. Let's get the back part off. We'll extend back here. I actually don't need that. That doesn't serve much of a purpose. So let's see what we can do about this. I'll take that off, as much as that meme is fun. Alright. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is I want to extend back here. So what we're gonna do here... Okay, let's take those off, take that off. We'll keep that there. We can... We got a bunch of different plates and all that. We got mini panels, which is fun. Alright. So we got our little spacers. So we need more than those little spacers. Let's go ahead and we can get 2 of the bigger spacers. And I'll probably need... That's got enough room. Cool. That's 10, that's 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Put one there. Cool. And then we'll want to go to the back here. 2 more spacers. Another one of these. Put those on there. We saw that we had smaller panels that we got a hold of already. Cool. And we've got the back of the basket. And we got those. Ooh, those wheels are really not cheap. That's a bummer. Okay, so that should give it a little bit more flexibility moving around. Now, I don't have the money for it, but what I would like to do is put a servo on the back there. Use the little wheels for support. I think I'm good with that. What I'd like to do is, instead of that, basically put a servo like right here that's got some of those, so I can kind of squish it down and then put these on the front, so it'd just be a big box I can close down on it. So anything like batteries I could just put inside this and have where I could close it. I don't have the money for that. A half spacer. The rover wheels are not going to be able to do much about. Don't care. Well, it'd be fun to have the meme with that. I don't think that's happening. Right. And actually, I don't want those because I'll make my vehicle too hard to pick back up with that if I do that. And I could squish that a little bit more back here by switching to the smaller spacers, but then I gotta rebuild the whole arm and I don't feel like doing that. Let's see what else we can do. So a little bit of a basket there. Oh, actually, that could work. That'd be kind of a rollover cage. That's not why I was putting it there. What if the arms had wheels on it? Oh yeah, that might technically be a thing. So if I accidentally bang it onto the ground, those wheels won't be big enough to matter. No, it's not gonna work. If there are bigger wheels, like these ones back here, I could have it so when the arm bangs to the ground, it would, you know, it had a limit on how low it could go. But I don't think that'll help for what we're dealing with right now. I'll put you on the back. Actually, I picked up that wall panel thing there. Okay, so we've got our basket. Keep accidentally picking off wheels and all that. Oh, I picked off the whole thing here. Yes, I do already have that at the front. Because those don't seem to be that important. Yeah, a lot of that looks like it's just for prettying it up, not really important. Okay. So we got a little bit more of a basket on this thing. We've extended our wheelbase, so that should make it a little bit better about bouncing up and down. Alright. Okay, so it is just getting up there is gonna suck no matter how I do it. Fair enough. Granted, this looks especially difficult to climb. But we'll see. That's it with the extended wheelbase and that many more tires giving traction. It's going pretty smoothly. Alright. It's just dynamite. It's fine. Okay. Because another thing you could technically do is I could also put some, put wheels on the top of the vehicle as well. So if I roll over, it just changes the direction I'm driving. Oh. That's... okay. I understand what makes this one kind of difficult. So we need to go and pick it up lengthwise. And we have to shove it in there, let go of it, and then just nudge it the rest of the way in. And they've got that ridge perfectly set up, so it can't really come from that angle. Okay, that's not how... Okay. Let's sit this down and try picking it up again. All right. We'll try that again. I may have exploded the dynamite by just trying to ram it into the hole aggressively. So the dynamite does consider the physics involved. That's fine, I don't care about that. Okay, so same basic plan as last time. I just need to grab the TNT by its back. And then shove it into the hole.
Thank you the _ins for subscribing for 10 months. Yay Rual, love Rual, hype.
Hey, the Ents, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 10 months you've been subbed to channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. Means a whole heck of a lot. And so thank you so much for that. And also, for those who don't know the Ents, another fantastic creator on the platform. Someone to absolutely check out. Does stream in German, just as a heads up. But does play a whole lot of fun games over there. So definitely one worth checking out. And all that good stuff. It's probably fine to roll down the mountain with loosely carried TNT on board. Okay. Let's go grab this TNT again. Would it be less floppy when you grab it if your grippers were horizontal? Yeah, no, it's just those things that running into different cargoes has different things. And rather than updating it to be specialized for every single cargo we've got, we've just been kind of going, you know what? Good enough. But yeah, it'd probably be way better at holding on to it if we flatten the grippers out. Oh, that's too much air? Okay. The same plan as last time. We're going to try and get this lined up. I'm going to scooch back as far as I think I can get away with. That is not what I wanted. It just doesn't want to hold it from the end that well. So I might just need to grab it towards the middle. Try and scooch it on in. And hopefully it goes in enough that it stays so I could then remove the claw. And then just poke it in. Yay! Blast site completed. Cool. Drill, let's see, the drill part can be used to mine raw mineral deposit found in rock. Mine some raw minerals to proceed. Okay. So I guess we're gonna go here and choose save. Oh no. Can I still go back? Okay, cool. So I want to save to that slot. There we go. And with that, I'm curious if I can set this up where I can rotate out the tool at the end to be a drill on one side and something else on the other. I think I can make that work. Actually, if I put the rotary piece on this spot, I could have it literally twist this claw out of the way and expose the drill. Spacer. We can go ahead and put the 90-degree angle here. Grab the pneumatic. Grab the 90-degree angle. Grab the servo. Grab you. Now you can put the gripper on here. Actually, it also just realized the way I got that set up, I could have put the gripper the other way. It's fine. So I've got that. But now I can also go here. Yeah, because that should clear enough to do that. Okay. There we go. I'm now realizing I don't need to take the silly little ramp. With all the extensions I could do on this arm, I just go from the side over here, ignore the ramp, and just get at this thing directly. Okay. I kind of wish there was an idea in this game of, like, returning your arms to 0. So it'd be like, reset to your undeployed position kind of thing. Alright, so we got a new main contract to deliver a monorail. I'm curious where we got the ore, how any of that works. Okay, actually it'll be easier to go around the other way, won't it? Alright, so let's see if we can't reach these. There's a good chance I'll need to extend our range. But I wonder how many people it's like would go and say, alright, it's time to get the pizza, and it would make an entire setup just to deliver the pizza, or it's time to deliver the ladder. Versus we've been kind of just taking our existing design and then just, you know, altering it to be able to achieve the new objectives. Versus, like, this is a thing for picking up cylinders, this is a thing for picking up crates. I do wonder with getting that raw material, if that equates to just straight up money or how that works. Yeah, because we're getting the raw material. It doesn't seem hard to come by. But I don't know what the purpose is. So I'll grab this one because it's right here and I'm already kind of lined up for it. Come around for the other side, it'll work. I was actually surprised when you mine it doesn't like drop junk on the ground you gotta pick up and take somewhere. Okay, so I got like almost 1,000. It's fine. It might be one of those things that for certain projects you'll need raw materials instead of picking up a thing. Or like certain upgrades you get raw materials instead of just straight up getting the part and going with it. Alright. You've just accepted a build contract. Build contracts are completed using the Theodite part to connect stations with... I see. Most structures require raw materials to build. Find the raw material deposits. I understand. So, with this, I have no idea the route we're going to have to take. I could see it being there. We'll just put it straight on between them for right now. I see. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so can't drive while doing it. Alright, so it looks like I can go 2,000 before I have to worry about it. Keep going farther. Cool. This looks funny. Never seen it before. Yeah, no. This only came out of early access. This past week. We did play it briefly way back, like 2 years ago. When it first went into early access, we played a Next Fest demo. And we had a lot of fun when that came out. And so it's kind of one of those things like, alright, well, we should check that out again at some point. When it's like more done, whatever you want to go with. Yeah, so you can go over here a little bit. The terrain is pretty awful over there. Okay, so that's 1 kilometer away. We gotta watch. When we get close to 2 kilometers, then it'll be time to build the next segment. 1.4. Okay, so it looks like it's trying to connect it to all the other monorails, the whole thing. Isn't terrible terrain a good place to run a monorail over? For the people who want to use it for commuting, for people who want to build it, probably, like, it's good for a commuting / transportation side of things. The poor people who have to build it are having a miserable time because they got to deal with the terrain sans monorail. Okay. I'm hoping I can tell it to put it right on top of this ridge. Cool. Alright. In hindsight, it might be better if we get rid of this segment. And go down there. Actually, you know what? We could probably just run over here this way. Now, one thing I have to worry about is we're right about to hit the edge of a range, and I'll have to see where I can build my antennas, because I'm probably going to need 2 of them to bridge over just because of that ridge. So you're at 1 kilometer. Let's cruise right along here. I might actually be able to get up there. I might be able to climb that spot, which would be very convenient if I can. Okay. Now, before we get too far... Oh, can I really just plug it right up here? Ah, that's perfect. What about up there? If I could put on top of one of these two little ridges up here and still have line of sight, that'll make it much easier to get at from the next one other, because we have that big ridge there. Because they're pretty... Come on. No, I can't go quite that far. Let's see if I can't get to that one. It's 4.8. Cool. So with that, we can eliminate that spot. Alright, so there isn't really a good route from up here down. We're just going to take what we can get. We're going to jump down to the chasm. Yeah, so going over that ridge won't help me any. Actually, will it? No, it's fine. Okay, so it looks like what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to start it turning around. So I can go right up here. And pop on down here. Surprised it's complaining that the bend is too sharp. Okay, so if we go up onto this mountain range, it's going to probably be a big chore. Okay. Hey, make the rover puke? Probably not. So I can go over here. Alright, so I see the issue we've got going on here. So I'm going to need to pull this one up. Pull that one up. And where I brought that over, I need to turn the angle to be more this way. I didn't realize just quite the control I had over it. Can I not pick you up? Yes, I definitely can't seem to climb that. Yeah, I can't seem to get to an angle. Yeah, so I see I've got the angle there. What I'm trying to figure out is I believe we were able to go up here and pick up the structure by getting close enough to it. But I can't seem to get close enough to it because of the way I built that. So let's see if I go back one more unit on the structure, if I can, like, remove it. If we can't do that, we might reset the monorail build. Now I got a better understanding. Because my problem is I think the angle I brought this up here screwed everything up. Yeah, so we're going to probably go here. That one doesn't give me the option to remove it. It's just built. That's a problem. See, it's not in those controls. That's just there. So I need to figure out a way to get to where I can go to the end of this and cancel it. Because there's got to be a way. This isn't the same thing that's probably could possibly have survived testing. Okay, and it was menu, reset vehicle, show controls, edit vehicle. Okay, so I only got those two. There we go. There we go. That's what I needed. Okay. So it was just doing the wrong thing so far as the controls. I was about to say, it's like, there's no way that survived testing, because that's a very easy mistake to make. So we gotta drive up close enough. We'll delete that one. And we'll get this fixed. Because we gotta find a better route to take the monorail over. Alright, so we got that going there. So I think the reality is I need to be going down this way. So there kind of thing. Let's go down there, tear up that piece of the monorail way down there. And we can reroute it over to where the terrain isn't quite as terrible and bring it on through. Now, it does make me curious from the infrastructure side of things. I could see them, since they gave us all the monorail stops do have an elevator to go up. I do wonder if in the long term, I'm just going to reset the vehicle. I do wonder if in the long term what they'll let us do is you'll be able to, like, grab a package, put it on your vehicle, get on the monorail, take the monorail to the next stop and then, you know, go through that way, I could certainly see an argument for that. So that you can build infrastructure to help yourself around the map. Because I also noticed there's other monorail stops in various locations on the map. And I'm curious if I should be routing through those as opposed to going around them right now. Yeah, because these are all monorail stations. You know what? Let's deliberately go from monorail to monorail to monorail. Oh man, there's monorails everywhere. Well, okay, we'll follow the guide. We'll follow the guide. If it does tell us to route them to other monorails later, that's fine. It's not that hard to build. The worst part is like physically driving between places. Because it could be that the monorails are strictly an A to B, that you can't go through them. Actually, you're literally in the way. Okay. Let's try connecting this and then connecting through. See if that's acceptable. No, that distinctly has an end to it. There's a wall there. Alright, so I need you to go down this way. Please stop switching over. Cool. So I got that one set up. So now I should be able to go up this way. And have that go up the edge of the mountain to the top here. And hopefully down there where I need it. That did not take me where I thought it was going to. Oh, new location discovered for fast travel. Okay, so just over there. Yeah, that'll work. So now I just gotta keep driving over here, and it should be relatively safe over here. I might have to stop and get more ore. It doesn't seem to take too much to build the monorail. Each segment I've been doing has been like 35, and we collect several hundred with each time I drill. I did like 4 nodes. But still. Okay, so you can only go about 2 kilometers per segment. There we go. Okay, get the next segment done. Alright. We just get over here and try and get this next one. I do think once we finish with the monorail here, we'll probably go to switching the game. There's definitely been a fun game, but it's kind of one of those ones that it feels like you kind of just zip around and do this, that people got kind of the idea of it. Definitely a game I could see on my own time just blasting through and just doing the one thing after the other. But from, like, the streaming side of it, some of these physics ones that they don't have a lot of chaos kind of going on, it can be a little hard to keep stuff going with them. Alright, let's see. Get the next segment in. I need to get to the next part of the area here. I do want to see if the monorails become shortcuts that when we're carrying cargo so I can't fast travel, will I be able to bring my cargo onto the monorail and how that works. Okay. I do also wish there was... Oh, there is. Oh, okay. So you can use the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to toggle between your stuff. Because I was about to say, it'd be really nice if you could use, like, numbers or something else like that to work your way through all that. Okay, so you're at that much, and we have to set this up by the time we hit 2 kilometers. Okay, we're at 1.1. I'm glad I put that antenna up here so I didn't have to fight with that the whole way while we're going through here as well. Okay. So you can go right up here. Then, like I said, it should be pretty clear sailing between these ridges here. I should only need 2 more connection points to get here. Could I not roll every single 2 seconds? Yeah, it's fine. I'll just reset it. I could fight with it all day, but resetting it's just faster. So let's see if I can't figure out how to connect these. So I think what I'm going to need to do is park over here. Target that. And they're connected. Alright, so let's not bother with a new contract. I just want to see how these monorails work. Because I have a strong feeling we can ride them. And that'll become a thing about investing the time to build the infrastructure on Mars versus just running the delivery itself. Now, the thing I'm debating when we wrap this up is if we want to switch to Big Ambitions, which literally today just had its 0.9 update. Completely reworked the early game, the tutorial, rebalanced a whole bunch of stuff, changed rivals, added to the map, like major overhauls. Which should be fun. We've done that game a number of times on the channel. I very much enjoy it. Alright, so let's go give... Oh, hey. Give the button a poke. That's exactly what I was hoping it would be. So then for later contracts, what I'd do is I'd get my package, I'd put it on the vehicle, park ourselves right here on the monorail. The monorail would take us across all this awful terrain. Because I could see then building a special vehicle just for handling really awful terrain to set up your towers, the monorail path, and all that. And it would just ride this along between the points. Now, as I mentioned... Oh, I just got an achievement, commuter, for riding a monorail. Now, it would be curious if I could connect the monorails to one-to-one, or to one-to-many kind of thing, where I just keep daisy-chaining them. But it very much looks like they deliberately drew a cap on one side. And with the button just basically being a teleport it here and then it goes, I have a feeling it is a one-to-one relationship between the monorails. Which I think is fine. But it would be one of those things to plan, being like, okay, which monorail do I connect where? And it could even be that the game kind of guides you to what they want you to do. Which then the curiosity would be ones like this. Yeah, so you see like there's a wall on that side, and that side's open, so it's clearly not like a graphic thing. There's not a monorail there. Because a lot of these don't have areas right... Well, I mean, I guess there's an area right there. Huh. Not sure, we'd have to see. But yeah, I could definitely see them doing the thing now where they've shown you how to build a monorail and then tell you need to deliver one package from one side of the map all the way to the other. And you could do that and do it the slow carrying along way, or take the time to build the monorail once, which would be slow but taking time. But once you built it, you just hop on the monorail and ride. And then, you know, you'd have to do like, I'd get off the monorail here, maybe need to go up to that place up top, or get in the monorail there, drop down below, wherever I have to go. You know, you'd still have to do the last mile yourself. But the trek that you'd have to do from one end of the map to the other, that would get repetitive. You could shortcut. Yeah, so that would be the next delivery. Yes, I think the next delivery is literally that. Literally, the next delivery was to ride the monorail I just built and deliver something. And then we have the side job to build a monorail here. Yep. Yeah, so at that point, if I had read that, we could have done that while we were here. A spinner? But yeah, so yeah, this would be a point we'd ride the monorail back, and as I mentioned before, they would give us the item on the one side just next to this one. We hop on, we ride it the whole way, and then I have to go up that cliff myself. So that's kind of the length of a bunch of these earlier deliveries and what we did. There's just this riding the monorail in the middle of it. And considering... seeing if I could figure out any of the map edges. But it doesn't look like I can. I was like, considering we can still see there's buildings all out in the periphery we haven't discovered, it looks like it's a pretty big map. I don't have any idea how far this goes. I don't think we terraformed the planet or anything like that. But yeah, no, I feel like this is pretty good. Like I said, I could see putting time in my own time for this. we'll go ahead and save that. But I think it's been a good checking it out for on stream. For those watching over on YouTube, you will be dropped while we figure out the next game category and all that. But, you know, I'll be back there in a minute. But everyone over on Twitch, let's see what we're doing next. So we can go ahead and let's do a poll here. Do I want to do a poll? What would I even put in the poll?